Ladies and gentlemen, we have crowned a new king of FPSs, and it is possible we may crown a new one. However, we're running out of candidates. There's not many FPSs that might challenge Doom 2016 for the potential top slot. By the way, Doom Eternal is on sale right now on Humble Bundle. Just as an FYI for anybody who cares. Before we go any further, there really is only one thing we could talk about first, and that's the development of this game. This game, a couple of little tidbits. So I was asked in chat just a little bit ago that mentioned that this game, some people asked, have I played this game before? Point in case, we played this game 7 months before the Oblivion line, which is a decent chunk of time, but also still close enough that it could have been the Doom line before we actually got there. That would have been funny. What is this? Oh, it doesn't count. It's before the Doom line. But no, we played this game then. It's one of the reasons I have such strong memories of Doom Eternal, is because it is a relatively recent review, even though it is before the Oblivion line. I never played the DLCs, though, because they weren't out yet when we played this. A reminder that the Doom line was actually several years ago. Or, excuse me, the Oblivion line. I'm screwing it up. So, this game, top to bottom, was made in reaction to Doom 4. Reaction to reviews, reaction to player feedback, reaction to QuakeCon panels, reaction to... There was this one reviewer that developers have specifically cited was an inspiration because the reviewer was having trouble playing the game and they decided that was a failure on their part. There was also a lot of people saying that Doom was just too easy, and they decided to go further into that. They also really wanted to make it more video gamey. Now, I have no particular problem with something being more video gamey. That's fine by me. In fact, I think more games should be willing to be more video gamey and less auteur. And I do mean that auteur part as an insult. However, they implemented a live system. I don't know what else to add to that. They implemented a lives system. Anyways, so just about everything we're going to be discussing about Doom Eternal is a reaction to all of this feedback. And I want to mention that because it's easy. This is one of those cases where you can look at this game and say at a glance that it's just Doom 16 2, right? It's Doom 4 2. No, this game is, I would argue, fundamentally different than Doom 2016. The encounter design is different. The enemy design is different. The weapon design is different. The ammo count is different. The movement tech is different. The kit on your side is different. There's an extra thing, the flamethrower, we'll talk about that, which is considered a mandatory part of the cycle that's put in. Yeah, it doesn't play like Doom 4 at all. And anybody familiar with the game will be able to say that pretty much immediately. I only bring that up, though, because it's a weird approach. It's kind of the Final Fantasy thing, right? Sure, it's still an ATB RPG, JRPG, but nobody would really argue that FF4 and FF6 play the same, right? They're very, very, very different games, and the nuances and details are everywhere. I will talk about the overtuning, which I absolutely think is in this game. But before we talk about anything else, we have to address the elephant in the room, Dante Bronson. Hi, Dante Bronson. Thank you very, very much for the sub. As always, I appreciate you and your support. If you know up to 3 things you want to put that towards, do please let me know. So, no, we have to talk about the other elephant in the room, and that is Mick Gordon. So, I have my own opinions. Let's try to lay things out. This is actually an extraordinarily lengthy, frustrating situation to go through. I'm going to go ahead and link Mick Jordan's own extensive, like 80-page reaction to what happened here. So if anybody wants to read that in their own time, I'm not reading this entire thing. It would probably take me over an hour. But here's the deal. There were some issues with regards to the music and how it was released and how it was produced. The soundtrack was garbage. Like actually the soundtrack you get for the deluxe edition, that was something that was bullcrap on behalf of ZeniMax's case. That's not even like conjecture. They just screwed over in order to try and avoid violating customer protection laws. However, in reaction to all of this stuff, Gordon said that he doubted he would ever be working with it again, and that's all he said. Then Marty, he was the producer of Doom Eternal, put a post on Reddit basically throwing Mick Gordon under the bus. Now, I'm going to go ahead and be honest here. I read that post, obviously, when it came out, and it was one of those things where I could buy it, but it didn't line up. Like, even then, anybody who's actually with me on Discord at the time knows, even then I was just like, eh. Like, I could buy an artist being finicky and perfection-y, but that just didn't line up, and there were other things that didn't line up, and I was just like, okay, whatever. So, yeah, and of course, at the end of it, Marty flat out said, we'll never work with Mick Gordon again. Cool. All right. Uh-huh. So then, several months later, Mick Gordon put out the post that I just linked to you. I have read the entire post for the reference. It is an extensive post that goes tremendously in detail about individual problems that were being made and individual difficulties. He talked about the creation of how they designed the music. He talked about the production line. He talked about how people like him, because he was a consultant, he works on contract. Talked about how contracts are drawn up, a whole bunch of actual tangible receipts, information, going really in depth. That's probably why he took so long doing it. It probably took a long time to compile all that. Again, I'm 100% with Mick Gordon on this. I just want to be very clear about this. However, that's up to you to make up your own judgment on this. Either way, Gordon went down the list, and the long and the short of it is Marty was a colossal dick who was trying to throw Gordon under the bus because he was an asshole, and you get the general idea here. The thing, though, that really, really makes me believe Gordon in all this is Bethesda's response to it. Now, I'm going to give this to you without hyperbole or without any kind of slanting, okay? Bethesda official announcement says Mick Gordon's Doom Eternal soundtrack allegations are one-sided, and threats of violence have followed regarding the situation. That should already give you all the information you need, but let's keep going. Last week, the composer accused the game's executive producer Marty Stratton of lying regarding the project via the letter he wrote in 2019. He also alleged that Stratton and ZeniMax lawyers offered him a six-figure settlement to take blame for the fallout. Bethesda's statement said, we reject, this is exact quote, we reject the distortion of the truth and selective presentation of incomplete facts. We stand ready with full and complete documented evidence to disclose in an appropriate venue as needed. That's it. That's the response. Now, that's the evidence. Here's my interpretation of the evidence. So the first thing they do is they appeal to emotion rather than logic. Oh, we've been getting death threats over this. And well, obviously, any players who are throwing death threats at anyone for any reason is stupid. That's just a distortion. That has nothing to do with anything. Grow up. The second thing I wanted to mention is you'll notice that they specifically say, we like the way they say, we reject this distortion of the truth and these incomplete facts. We have our own facts. We're not showing them to you, of course. Unlike Mick Gordon, who wrote like an 80-page thing with screenshots and receipts and detailed information, all properly cataloged, and obviously have already gone through a lawyer in order to present this into a public forum so that everybody can see this information. No. We definitely have information that disproves all of that tangible, factual data. It's in Canada. You haven't met her. She's great, giant booth, right? And she's so great. She's definitely there. She's definitely real. Okay, just trust us. And then that final tidbit is the threat. We stand ready with full and complete documented evidence, ready to disclose in an appropriate venue as needed. In other words, sue us is what that means. They were flat out stating that they were ready to go to court over this. And Gordon, wisely, never reacted to this because he understood the threat that was being leveled at him. And let's be clear, that's a threat. See, here's the deal. For those of you who don't understand how corporate legality works, if Gordon decided to go and push this, there's a 9 out of 10 chance that he would actually win in court battle because, and this is important, he's probably right. The only reason I even say probably is because I don't know with total certainty, but again, I've read all this crap. I'm pretty sure he's in the right here. So he'd probably win the court battle. After years and years and hundreds of thousands of dollars of spinning their wheels and delays and bullying and constant efforts to try and get him to drop the case and attempts to get a settlement instead of actually going to court over it. Yeah, Bethesda would absolutely drag this out. And corporate... So here's the deal. Some of you probably don't know this. Here in the States, each category of legality, there's actually like 7, but there's 3 that really matter. Personal, corporate, and criminal. And I said that in the wrong order. Excuse me. It's actually corporate, personal, criminal. There we go. No, that's still wrong. corporate, personal, criminal. There we go. That's the correct order. Yeah, by the way, he also didn't get paid for working on Doom 5, so that's cool. Um, so, criminal cases have something called right to speedy trial. What it means is no criminal case can go over X period of time. Now, there's logical reasons for that. You don't want people rotting in jail who are innocent. But then you get to personal. Personal cases, civil suits, have several different categories and divisions. But the general idea is they should only take so much time. And the more you delay, the more that's actually going to be used against you in court. But corporate suits have no such protection whatsoever. Corporate suits can last for years and years, and usually do. Anytime I've actually brought up corporate suits several times on this show, usually during the lore week sections, and I usually have to specifically mention that, hey, this suit just got settled. Reminder, this suit has been going for 5 years or 8 years or 10 years or whatever the hell it is, because that's how long these things go. Now, in this case, because this is a business matter going up against a corporation, and Bethesda would be opposite, because Bethesda exists as an individual entity thanks to corporate law, this would be a corporate suit. In other words, I mentioned that this could drag on for years and years, but it also could drag on essentially forever. There's no real time limit on that. And they've got the money to burn on that if they wanted to be that particularly amount of vindictive. And speaking from non-personal experience, but speaking from historical evidence and study, trust me, corporate lawyers are absolutely willing to be vindictive when it comes to these kind of battles. They are brutal, they are vicious, and they are cruel in how they operate. Generally speaking, one of the biggest reasons here in the States why the courts are considered such a joke is because of the corporate category of things. I know that sounds strange, but in the criminal and the personal cases, percentage-wise, those tend to be a little bit better designed and a little bit better settled. Because there's rules and protections and things in place, ethics codes and morality requirements, and legal requirements for distance and time, which exist in order to try and make sure that those battles are as fair as possible. None of those protections exist at the corporate layer. Anyways, all of that aside, what exactly happened is up to you, but it is a massive elephant in the room. And unfortunately, I wanted to mention that up front because I know some people, hills and chocolate, right? So this is a hill for some people. I know some people have absolutely refused to pick up this game or even touch it as a specific reaction to how horribly Mick Gordon was treated in all this, how horribly we were treated in all of this. And don't blame you. That's how that works. If this is a hill for you, no judgment. Game. There we go. Oh, hang on. Really? Hang on, I reset my resolution. You have to give me a second. That is correct. If this is actually something we have established precedents on. If we were to start giving games negatives for the terrible things the corporations do, first of all, that opens up an horrible thing of, like, did the horrible thing the company did happen during the creation of this game? That's a little bit more morphic of a thing than you'd think. What the? But the second problem attached to that is, yeah, that's like every game ever. We might as well just give that negative to every game and then walk away from it and never think about it again. Okay, so what is up with my resolution? I know, Von Falkenstein, my resolution's wrong. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. I know, Evo, oh my god! God damn, could someone stab Reggie for me, please? Just in the face, just really quick. Just. Okay, now stab Dragon Player. Just keep stabbing people. Just keep stabbing until I say stop. And yeah, this game was released more or less right alongside Animal Crossing for the Switch. And for whatever reason, like, there's this weird tendency. It's not... What the hell? Hang on, hang on. This is a new one for me. This is a relatively recent phenomenon that I've noticed a few times. What in the world? Where two extremely different things come out relatively at the same time, and people like to mix and match them for whatever reason. The most recent example I can think of that is Oppenheimer and Barbie, but that's not exactly the only time that's happened. But yeah, it had the same effect as Barbenheimer, and it actually ended up cross-promoting both Doom Eternal and Animal Crossing, both of which were massive financial successes. It's no wonder Doom Dark Ages was almost immediately greenlit. Doom Eternal was a huge financial success. Yep, don't care, don't care, don't care. Okay. I have no idea. Well. What are you doing, game? I know this is a new engine. This is id Tech 7, but that really shouldn't be causing us the issues that we were having. We good, game? Alright, say something as if it starts stuttering on your end, because... We'll see. Yeah, I got it. Thanks, game. What am I doing? Right, so, let's look at the optional stuff first. Yeah. Battle load. Slayer fights 2-player demons. Slayer requires high skill, demons require teamwork and strategy. The first to win 3 rounds claims victory. Oh, so it's an asymmetrical multiplayer mode. Okay, cool, whatever. Yep, okay, sure. Uh-huh. Yeah, can I stop? Oh my god, I can't stop. Okay, wow, this tutorial. Oh my god. Okay. What's actually funny is there was a specific mention in interviews about how they wanted to walk away from emphasis on mod support and multiplayer in order to focus instead on making DLCs for the game. Which, to me, immediately reads as, we wanted to make more money on this game, to microtransaction it more, so we did. Okay, this is really dumb, so we're just going to leave immediately. Moving on. Remember, we don't cover multiplayer. Horde mode. Yeah, that's great. Don't care. Huh. I've never touched either of these if it's not obvious. Okay. Round-based mode where the goal is to get the highest score. That's not... Okay. Killing demons gives points, tougher demons give more points, bonus rounds, bonus plays, yada yada yada. challenges. Okay. Okay, so yeah, this also sounds like something that is a whatever. Yep, yep,
You won't escape this time. My plan has been perfected.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Okay, so we're gonna X out of this again, because that's already whatever. Let's see, what else we got? Why are we a Mancubus right now? Why are we a Mancubus? For God's sakes. Yeah, that one. Why am I a Mancubus? Anyways, moving on. Apparently there's master levels too. I haven't even heard of that. Alright, so obviously, let's delete that slot. Yes. Welcome to the Doom Eternal. To become an unstoppable demon-slaying machine of pure destruction, you'll need to master the full use of your arsenal. Each death has something to teach you about Doom Eternal's combat loop. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Let's talk about domino negatives, shall we? We're not actually 100% there yet, but I am 99% certain that we're going to give a nice sequence of negatives to a very, very simple thing in this game. It's lack of saves. We'll call it the saves problem, and we'll come back to that later. So, anyways. So yeah, we're going to absolutely crank it all the way down, because this game is bullcrap in terms of difficulty. And for once, I am completely unashamed of that.
Against all the evil that hell can conjure, all the wickedness that mankind can produce, we will send unto them only you. Rip and tear until it is done.
Can't hold them off! I can't. Hold back! No!
Moon's fine, don't worry about it.
They're everywhere! Transmitting from HC-1556!
Casualties range in the billions.
We must pray now. Pray that he is watching.
Please! Anyone! If you can hear me! If you're out there!
Attempting to acquire the Hellpriest signal.
Nearly 60% of our planet has been consumed by the invaders.
We have the Hellpriest signal locked in. The target is marked, but the signal will not hold for long.
For it is he that they fear, not man, or his armies. They fear the mark of the beast.
Who, Mr. Red? So, we fire up. First thing we see is a fairly basic but efficient indicative of exactly what we're running into here. It is Doom 2. I mean, Doom 5. Hell has come to Earth. They are actively in an invasion of Earth, which, you know, obviously Doom 2. But what's doubly interesting is that was the original intent for Doom 4 as well. So we're finally getting into that. They also really wanted to show off more variety of biomes. If you remember, there were really only 2.5 biomes, 2.5 tile sets back in Doom 4. And yeah, a tremendous amount of the population of Earth is dead. There's a pentagram the size of Brazil. You can see the flames from orbit, not necessarily to scale. It is an interesting and well-designed intro. But then we get in, from a narrative perspective, but then we get into this, and it just jumps us right into here. Starts us off, we've got a shotgun, we've got a bunch of newbies. And now they're dead. And because people will complain if I don't, we'll go ahead and mess with the audio now. Let's see. Let's do that. Yeah, no pistol. Shotgun. They changed the glory kill button. We might rebind that. Yep, I used this exact stage as an example of how to design viscerality when it comes to gunplay. So there's the chainsaw, immediately. Here's the tutorial space. Of all the things that I'm not sure about in this game, the chainsaw is better designed. Because in this case, rather than switching to a chainsaw, you just tap the chainsaw and it immediately kills someone. I do prefer that, I'm gonna be honest. Sure, yeah, your melee is much worse. We've immediately got to do some rebinding. Because, yeah. There's... Here we go. So we want that. Let me think about that. So we want that on Z. We want that on G. That's correct. Belcher on R. That's correct. Crucible on V. That's correct. So you want the shotgun here. And then plasma rifle there. Hang on, let me think about this for a second. Rocket launcher should be here. Hang on, no, okay, so this should be 3. This should be 2. This should be 4. There we go. And then this should be 5. This should be 6. And then we'll put this... Nope. This over on 8. There we go. Okay. That should feel better, hopefully. Ignore the cages of people. Ignore the implication that they're alive, or what passes for alive. Oh yeah, Doom Eternal is a lot more gross than Doom 2016. Of course it is. Whoops. I actually forgot to change one more thing. Sorry. Needs to be F, actually. Okay. Let's do that, and then let's do that. There we go. That should feel better. See, what's interesting is that was Doom 2016 to me, but Doom Eternal, for whatever reason, was just way more gross. As I mentioned earlier, it is one of the very first games we actually gave the gross negative to, period. Hey, Krenzler. Hope your day is going well. So, they immediately give us a weapon mod right off the bat. And then they give us a sub from Krenzler. Let's see here. No, Lunarith. You'll notice the story starts tremendously in medias res, just like the previous one did. I don't know what it is, but I hope enjoyed drawing it. Tales of Berseria. Quest 4. Dragon Quest 11. Yes, that is the mod that turns the shotgun into an assault rifle. But the sticky bombs, in my experience, are a little bit more useful for pretty much the same reason it was last time. So we're going to go with that one. Oh, yeah, there's a lot more color. A lot of people tend to forget how brown and drab and desaturated, or saturated, whatever it is, the Doom 4 is. Doom Eternal is very colorful. It's definitely in the teal era of gaming. I've never heard of any of those things, Mr. Ed, and that's probably a good thing. So, right out of the gate, first thing, we're already in an arena. We're also already fighting, well, these are all still, I think they're all called fodder, is the official term. But still, we're fighting more than basic possessed and imps immediately. This is seconds into the game. Aw, get some good rest, Evo. When you get there. They really want you to do the glory kills this time around. In fact, they really want you to do everything this time around. Which could be considered part of the problem. We'll cover more of that as we go. Notice our ammo is practically non-existent. Did you catch that? Like, look at that. We're on easiest difficulty, yes. Normally I dislike those questions, but in this case I feel it's actually relevant enough to answer. It really has to be emphasized how they designed this game. They really, really want you to be doing all of the various things. We're out of ammo for the second time in the first arena, by the way. We only have one gun. And you're already starting to see the point, right? You're already starting to see the vibe of the game. Now, I'm not necessarily saying this is worse, but it's totally worse. So yeah, there you go. 16. That's our magazine. 16 rounds for the shotgun. No, not for a clip. For the whole thing. This is part of the save problem, and I'm going to be continuing to build my case against the save problem as we go. Atop mighty thralls, the Hell Priests oversaw the invasion of the mortal world. The thrall, a slave titan of the underworld, carried the priest temples into the wake of battle, providing the priest with the vigil of Hell's advance from a strategically impervious emplacement. From the temple perch, the priest would emanate powerful sonic influence, imposing greater coordination amongst the chaotic forces of hell and increasing battle effectiveness. Hello? Game. Oh, there we go. The thrall, possessing spirit resilience, proved indestructible by conventional weapons, thwarting all attempts by ARC defensive forces. Only by severing the priest's psychokinetic tether could the titan be neutralized, an act that can only be accomplished by an infiltration of the temple itself. So, Titans. Titans are a weirdly recurring thing in the lore of this setting. Oh yeah, this is a good time to mention. Doom Eternal is the first, and indeed only, Doom game to really make an attempt to try and establish a world, a setting, and a greater continuity for the Doom series. There's a term for that in TV tropes called arc welding, I believe is the term. Because none of these games were really designed to be connected to each other. So Doom Eternal is like stitch, 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 stitch. Titans are immortal and effectively invincible creatures that were one of the earlier victims of Hell's expanses as it was expanding throughout the entire region. And so they enslaved them and used them as battle barges, which we'll see in just a minute, as well as a couple other things, including the Titan level we saw back in the previous game.
My soul remains guarded. You can't.
That's the first of the 3 priests. Yeah, lots of new stuff being exposited on. This game has a lot higher story emphasis. Whether that's good or bad, it's definitely got a higher emphasis on story. That is a Titan.
The first Hell Priest has been terminated. The demonic consumption of Earth has been reduced by 36.8%. There are 2 Hell Priests remaining.
So Earth, looks a little different. Except for this part, this is just Detroit. And yeah, I actually kind of like... There's several elements of this game that just feel weird. I've mentioned before the increased emphasis on story. I want to stress that I keep using the word emphasis. It's not better, it's not worse, although we'll discuss that as we go. But it's irrelevant. The quality is irrelevant. The emphasis is the significance. Because the game is trying much, much, much more to have a cohesive narrative and to tie in elements of the story. Like the scene we just saw is a perfect example of that. There's a Hell Priest. What's a Hell Priest? We don't know. We've got a coin. He mentions his soul's protected, and in response to that, we pull up the coin, which dissolves, and then he shows fear, and then we rip his head off. Vega then also mentions that we have reduced the invasion of Earth by virtue of killing the priest. Call me weird, but I do think one of the things they do right is they don't sit and exposit everything constantly. We can pick up the pieces based solely on what they're showcasing. There's a lot of holes still, and trust me, there's some holes in this game's story. But you could tell at least that they're not trying to sit and be like, all right, so 15 years ago, you know, right? There's no dry exposition sequences, which are irritating in normal games, you know, like RPGs or Assassin's Creeds, never mind a frickin' FPS. Yeah, want more info? That's what the database is there for. Bullet holes. Yeah, we don't have plot holes. We've got bullet holes. Having said that, let's see, so we've got... yeah, for the first time we'll have to debate external continuity. So that's fun. Chainsaw, the chainsaw fuel. Health. Oh, I have no idea, DeQuack. I don't know the legions well enough to answer, though. Although, my knee-jerk answer is salamander. And yeah, exactly. For years, people have derided the usage of an in-game codex, but it's because they're pointing to games that do that badly, right? Like Final Fantasy XIII. There's plenty of good usage of an in-game codex in order to convey information. See, I don't even know who the World Eaters are, so that shows how insignificant my opinion is. Do that. Yeah, actually, yeah, Dakota. That's a good way to put that. Not that everyone's going to get that. I've already given my broad opinion on Doom Eternal. I think it does more, it tries more, and thus fails more than Doom 4. Doom 4 is a tighter experience. Whether that's better overall, well, that's debatable. Weakness to explosive and ballistas. Hunters of the Slothlands. Slothlands? The Cacodemon lurks at the bottomless and murky depths of hell in search of easy prey. An aimless wanderer, the Cacodemon is mostly devoid of cognitive ability, sensory awareness, and other commonly occurring impulses, driven only by a singular desire to feed. The Cacodemon is likely to appear whenever there is flesh to be consumed, bringing with it an insatiable propensity for hunger. It is said the Cacodemon bears some resemblance to the cycloptic titans of ancient hell lore, leading Sentinel scholars to believe the forgotten titans may yet live in some disembodied form. Only. I love that for Vulcan. Highest FPS score we've ever given. Only. Nearly 60% of the planet has been consumed by the demons, with the rate of expansion increasing each day. The majority of the world population died in the first month, following the catastrophic failure of virtually every man-made system. Military response was immediate but only marginally effective at providing safe retreat to civilians, with many fortified locations cut off from outside communication. Facing overwhelming opposition, these makeshift fortresses have gradually fallen to the growing demon presence one after the other. Large portions of the Earth's surface have become uninhabitable, with swarms of demons scouting the globe and most regions suffering from an atmosphere that has become infected and poisonous by process of some form of alien terraformation. Also, I want to talk about something very, very briefly. Anybody who's known me knows that there's a common complaint I give to many, many, many games, and that is generic ruins. I've sworn for years that there was just like a generic runes map pack that people were buying off of the Unreal store or something and just slapping onto every game. And that always irritated me, especially because it's usually just generic ruins for no good reason. I pointed this out in Devil May Cry 5 to use a specific example, but this is in all kinds of games. This is one of the rare examples where I don't find the generic ruins to be bad. First of all, because it's not really generic ruins. Because, you know, of stuff like that. But second, and much more importantly, there's actual thought put into things like that. Actually placing stuff to actually convey storytelling information. This one shot gives us intel. Intel's the wrong word. Insight into what the humans have been doing during the demonic invasion, right? Stuff like that. And we're going to go ahead and jot down some stuff about that while we're here. Yeah, there's actual visual storytelling going on in addition to just, you know, hey, look, it's ruins. Don't mistake me, some of the ruins are pretty generic. Like, if I just... Hang on, let's grab this armor. There we go. Check it out. This could be 100,000 different games, right? This, not so much. Well, I guess we'll go with the only other thing we have unlocked. The story score will almost assuredly have more negatives than Doom 4, because Doom 4 had no story negatives. But I do think this game will actually score better story-wise in the long run. So anyways, this is full auto mode. It looks like that. Ammo, please. Thank you. Yeah, honestly, I was surprised too, Ghost Rider, but yeah, no story negatives. Speaking of visual storytelling, you go away, I'm trying to admire the scenery here. You see what I mean by how much more they're emphasizing glory kills? Anyways. Giant-ass death thing over there. The HUD is more colorized, too. I don't think I really noticed that last time I played this. There's also a giant mech right there, in case you're not sure of the scale of the damn thing. So anyways, the HUD's obviously better in every way. 15 pluses to everything. Okay, we need to talk about options. I'm pretty sure we've got some really solid options this time around. What do we got here? Tips, tutorials, sentinel armor, weapon bob, environmental screen shake, aim assist, contrast, motion blur is off, of course. Colorblind mode, subtitles, subtitle speaker, chat. Let's go over to audio. We actually have proper things, but also we could turn off pain grunts, opponent hit notification sound, subtitle, voice to chat, classic stuff. Over here we have the usual array of stuff here. Motion blur continues to be off. I should mention that I've played this game with everything absolutely cranked on full screen 4K. I cannot stream that to you. It's not physically possible for me to convey to you how incredibly good this game looks at 4K with everything cranked on a monitor that's this big. But please trust me when I say that I have never seen a game look as good as this exact game under those circumstances. That's not hyperbole. This is the best looking game I've ever seen under those circumstances. Let's see here. I already looked at that. UI, what do we got here? So, color profile. So, here's our various color profile options. We even got the high contrast one. HUD mode. So, we've got presets, of course. But, and yeah, there's our presets. We all want boss health bars, obviously, objective markers, blood punch, active wounds, weapon info. Is there an ammo? Surely there's an ammo notification. Like, we've got... Look at all of this. Look at all of this. You can't tell me it's not going to tell you about... Oh, I don't see an ammo thing. Wow. Okay. Well, this is still very, very good options. And honestly, this is still probably going to be triple positive territory because this is really, really good options. You can also do the classic weapon pose if you prefer that. Just to show off what that means in the case you don't know. This is classic weapon mode. I don't prefer it personally, but it's there. It's an option. Let's see. There it is. Oh, yep. Let's get rid of that. See how that works out. Oh, there we go. That is very strange, Black Malkin. I have no idea why that's the only thing that would let you turn off. So there's our items found for the map. Here's our map, consequently. Yep, it's still a really good map. In fact, might even be a better map. We'll have to gauge that, but it's still a good map. What are you talking about? I got the suit jacket right here, Rama. I'm coming to you now, live, all white, all the time. Except for the sleeves. Ignore those. And the gloves. Shut up. Point being. Putting some question marks here. Give me my game. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So the game just crashed. Oh yeah, lack of saves. That's a problem. Well, we'll talk about that. First time I've ever had Doom Eternal crash. Guess we'll leave that up for when it crashes again, if that's going to be an issue. Yes, you are thinking of Lorun of the Grey, Rama. I am Lorun of the White. And I come to you now, the Town of the Tide. Yeah, so continue. Please. Anyways, so we already talked about map. Arsenal, that's some decent game. Codex, we've already got. That's a thing I already mentioned there. I don't give a crap about any of that stuff. Let's see. Yes, I will draw you, Darkrai, as poison is drawn from a wound. Sorry, getting some question marky stuff down here while I'm thinking about it.
The demonic consumption of Earth has been reduced by 36.8%. There are 2 Hell Priests remaining.
Sure. Well, by virtue of having nothing else to unlock, I will unlock the crap thing I will basically never use. Except for that one time. Yeah, thanks. Yep, let's go. I do like Transformers films without humans. Wait, there are no such things. We'll talk more about the Hell Priests in a bit, but Hell Priests, generally speaking, are the... Let's call them the Betrayers, shall we? Members of previously or currently conquered races, which have decided to turncoat, and that's kind of their reward. They also serve as anchors and coordinators. Which I guess answers your question. So, the weak point system. Funny you say that, Trihexia, but we'll get to that later. So, we actually talked about this yesterday. There's nothing wrong with a weak point system on paper. And the games do inform what their weaknesses is. Like, obviously, we're literally seeing his weakness right here on the Arachnotron. But also, the codexes inform the weaknesses as well. And just playing, it's usually pretty obvious. The problem is, and on any difficulty, including easy, it's generally considered mandatory to exploit their weak points. And that's the problem. I know that sounds strange, but the moment it's the rock, paper, scissors thing. The moment you make a weak point system like this mandatory is the exact moment you have pulled choices away from the player and you've made combat more of a chore. Weak point system being optional? Sure. Or, again, something that we talked about last time where certain enemies are just, by the natural design of the enemies, more inclined to take damage from certain types of attacks, or would be better fought with certain types of attacks. Like, you don't want to fight a Lost Soul with a rocket launcher because they're ramming your face, right? Not because they take 15 extra damage from, you know, non-rockets or because they're immune to rockets. It's because they melee charge you. Right? Like, there's a natural order... Order's probably the wrong word there. To how that kind of a weakness exists within previous Doom games. Hell, even Doom 3, which didn't exactly lean into this concept, still had, you know, certain types of enemies just naturally were better attacked with certain types of weapons because of how the enemy moved and negotiated. That's a fair point, Ghost Rider. I am ridiculous, worthless, and stupid, but I am going to add the weak point system to the negative thing here. Or miraculously, I'm going to add it to the save problem. I don't know, the map just feels better to me. Easier to parse, easier to navigate. Like, that's an immediate thing. You'll notice I tried not to use the map all that much back in Doom 4 because, well, it's a good map. It was just kind of in terms of navigation. This map is really solid. Like, this feels like a logical progression of the Doom 4 map. Q. Actually, yes, Blade-Table. And that's why I keep adding things to the save problem list there I've got. It's the stamina bar all over again. There we go. That's true, Dante Bronson. You just boop, 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 boop. Look at that. Did I jot that down? Forest Iron mode? No, I did not. Forest Iron mode. That is a problem. Don't mistake me, we're going to see a bit of Wikipedia branching when it comes to all of these problems, like we always do. But I really do think that the save problem is kind of the crux of the issue with Doom Eternal specifically. Also, we are now officially firing an auto cannon. That's cool. Oh, you should definitely watch the depressing one. Yeah, you two have fun. So I did that to kind of demonstrate the range at which you can grapple, snap. Grab, snapple, and pop. That. Is there actually fall damage at this one? I really don't remember. I know in Doom 4 you have to really work at it to get to fall damage, but you can on a few maps. Oh, that's why. Because I don't have the shotgun yet. All part of the plan, Reggie. I was secretly working for the enemy this entire time. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I don't remember there being fall damage. I know they have kill plans, and I can do that right now. Whee! I'm not gonna. There's no saves. Okay. I wish I did that on purpose. So there's another Titan carrying... In fact, I think that's the Titan we were just in. Carrying the level we were just in. Somebody's been playing God of War 1. So here's how wall climb works. We'll come back to that in a second. Because I thought, nope, I'm blind. Yeah, by the way, yellow keycard just floating in the air as opposed to hunting down a guy who has it and pulling it off of his vest. And that's not a complaint, I'm just pointing out the variance. As I said, one of the stated goals of Doom Eternal was to be more of a video game. Whether that succeeds or not, that's up to you. Alright, who do you think's gonna win? Low ammo. There's got to be a way to turn that off. Wow. I love how elitist and dickheadishness. Dickheadish? That Reddit is. So I'm trying to find a thing to see if there is actually an option to disable the low ammo warnings. So someone asks, how do I disable these low ammo warnings? Responses: get good, don't run out of ammo, get good, play the game better, well, you should use this on these enemies, stop spamming all your weapons, keep your ammo up, stop sucking at the game, get better at the game. It's a question about disabling an aspect of the HUD, you morons. Unfortunately, as I'm finding a couple of actual responses, it does not look like there is a toggle of all the things. There's so many things you can disable. Why can't you get rid of the low ammo alert? Alert! Anyways, I think they're invincible, so there we go. Or they're just not doing damage to each other, something. You were right, Blade Tival.
The cleansing of Earth is a necessary step on the path to a brighter tomorrow.
I'm just going to say it. I like the UAC spokesperson. In fact, I'm going to jot down a positive for that right now. Poorly optimized? That's an interesting question. So, about that weak point system. You notice we never actually took out its weak point with the assault rifle there, right?
To the UAC Hell Merger Initiative, humanity can now reach its full potential.
So that's the other half of the weak point system. This is what I was talking about earlier. And I used my specific example for a reason. In previous games, Lost Souls were not strong against rockets. They lunged at you, so you were de-incentivized to use rockets on them. In this game, certain enemy weak points are just straight up defended against. Like, they just take substantially less damage from them. So I was doing that very much on purpose to showcase that even unloading essentially a full clip of the machine gun into his weak point didn't break it. But a single shotgun thing will do it. Gross. Don't worry, this isn't all that gross. Wait until we get to the Super Gore Nest, which is more or less exactly what it sounds like. Let's see. There they are. Give me my micro missiles. Yeah, I'm actually completely with you on that, Black Vulcan. I mentioned earlier on purpose, like, this game plays like a dream in full screen 4K. And again, there's no way for me to properly stream that to you. That's how it is. This game also runs very smoothly on the Switch. So, there's our grenade. Finally. Just like in the previous game, they slowly recharge over time. So it's a cooldown based. Cacodemons are, of course, weak to grenades or sticky bombs. What? And even the explosions are more colorful. Did you see that? You ever feel bad for the guys where you just slam their head into their ribcage? Yeah, me neither. I will say, I obviously come across as if I don't like this game, and Lord knows that I've already had people complain that I sound like I don't like this game. But to be very, very clear, I very much like this game. I just think, in a similar vein to some other sequels I could mention, this really did try to be its own animal completely from Doom 4, for good and for bad. Yeah, that's a good point. It's their fault for being a demon. Here, to demonstrate what I was talking about earlier, boom, instant destruction. Yeah, exactly, Dante Bronson. I think I talked more about the negatives than the positives, mostly because the positives are kind of self-evident. Whereas the negatives are a little bit more having to dig into the nuances and specifics of what's designed where. Speaking of which, I need to look up what exactly difficulty changes in this one. I never actually said this out loud, but Doom 4's difficulty design was sufficient to be a wash. I'm not sure how this one will line up. I'll do it after this guy dies. There's definitely some tactics in this game. Not like there wasn't in the previous game. It was one of those, I was constantly making decisions every millisecond things. It's one of the reasons I took a nap in the middle of the Doom 4 run, because I was literally too tired to play optimally, because you have to make decisions that quickly. However, this game adds even more. Like, there's a lot of things you have to do. All this is nothing. Later on, some of the enemy encounters are going to be absolutely crazy and how much I'm going to have to be cycling around weapons constantly. That's why, if you're paying attention, I actually bothered to rebind all my weapons this time, instead of just living with the defaults. I love that map. Look at that map! Look at it. Soak it up. But I really want to show off. I apparently have weapon skins. Oh yeah, you can customize the weapon wheel. That's cool too. Oh, the Marauders are going to get their own negative. Almost guaranteed. I hate the Marauders so much. I mean, there's all kinds of issues with them, but probably the worst thing by far is the fact that in a game like this, they're the wait for the weak point to pop up kind of an enemy. And a game like this, I don't like that in general, but like in this kind of nonsense, there are ways around that, but Marauders. Anyways, no, Adam Sita, this one time only ever, for the first time in the history of this series, we're going to skip the DLC. Just for you. Let's see here. We got lots of kit question marks we'll have to give. I've actually never played the DLCs before, so this will be my first time playing them. Well, thank God for that, Dante Bronson, because I played this game pretty much at launch, and oh my God. Should this team be put in charge of making the Wolfenstein games? Well, that's an interesting question. Because I enjoyed New Colossus for what it was, but it certainly had its problems. And then there was the one after New Colossus I can't remember the name of. Or maybe that is the one I'm thinking of. Hang on. Let me get my names clear here really quick. Hang on. No, not Youngblood. That's the problem. Because I was building up to Youngblood. Here we go. So, which one's this one? No, that's not it. No, that's not it. I think it was New Order? Did we play New Order on camera? I can't remember now. Okay, so we didn't play New Order on camera. That's what it was. But then we played New Colossus on camera. And then that one was kind of disappointing, but still positive. Like, still net positive. And then we got to Youngblood. Youngblood is still one of the worst games I've ever reviewed. Yeah. Anyways. I believe so, yes, Dark Day. Don't quote me on that, though. Yeah, the sad reality is it goes down from Youngblood, and that's impressive, considering how absolutely terrible that was. Yeah, Youngblood is surpassed by Star Trek Shattered Universe, Drakengard, Age of Sigmar, Metroid Other M, Kingsfield 4, Mega Man X7, Quest 64, Devil May Cry 2, Starfield, and Secret of the Stars. Yeah. Anyways, you know, actually I've never tried Spartan, so that's a hypothetical. So I don't know. Okay. They're really proud of that Mac. See, I can't share that particular list in some company. Because some people will look at that and be like, well, wait, why is Drakengard in some of your worst games of all time list? And then I immediately change the subject. So, I obviously have issues with this game,
The
but...
UIC would like to thank you for your support during this transition. Your suffering continues to inspire us.
But, just in terms of, like, the second-to-second playing, I do think this feels better in most ways. Oh, come on! To, 4. Yeah, Drakengard's over there. In the corner, where it belongs. If you like it, awesome. Yeah, funnily enough, this game doesn't really try to be serious. Despite being, you know, establishing and the greater lore and world building of the entire setting. Which is an interesting approach. Well, you see, Mr. Red. Crap! Following the total collapse of international civilization, nations and boundaries as they know them has ceased to exist. A handful of remaining bureaucrats, government officials, and military leaders have managed to survive by use of protective bunkers kept secret from the greater population. Convening under the flag of the Allied Nations, this governing body represents all that remains of the rule of law, forming what would essentially become a single world government. Yes, Spartan, it actually is that bad of a game. Military bases in communication with the AN have made efforts to regroup and centralize their areas of command, establishing fortified safe havens for survivors, stockpiling food, scavenging for supplies, and only proprietary military-use communications remain functional, enabling military entities under the command of the Allied Nations to coordinate in humanitarian aid and defense operations. By 2151, the formation of the ARC has taken the highest priority and is considered to be, in all practical terms, the last hope for humanity. General tip, sometimes tentacles can be very big. Not every tentacle has one inside. The subject of great scrutiny for ARC scientists on Earth, the Hell growth formations have appeared all over the planet, taking hold wherever Hell has made its presence known. Forming chaotic, seemingly random structural patterns, the propagation of Hell growth has taken root at an alarming rate, exhibiting a cellular reproduction cycle that ARC scientists fear may become impossible to contain. The resultant environmental effect is extremely hostile to terrestrial life, producing atmospheric biocontagions and a multitude of organic hazards. Wherever these nest-like formations emerge, they are protected by swaths of defensive tendrils, long, thorned tentacles that demonstrate keen awareness of their surroundings, fully capable of disemboweling anything that may be seen as a potential threat to the nest. Hopefully a little bit more effective, Octaft. In truth, a whole lot less effective. Reminds me of the engineer. My solution? Gun. If that doesn't work? More gun. What you got against the color green? Are you greenest, Yura? Be honest with me. Here, just for you, Yura. There, now it's black. don't think he enjoyed that experience. Oh, I need to do that next time, Dante Bronson. Thank you for reminding me. I should have done it there. I'm dumb. Yeah, you gotta have respect for the demons.
Forget about the future. To suffer is to be present.
Inspiring words. Sounds like my mother. Underperforming at the box office seems to just be the watchword right now. There's actually some theories that we are currently finally seeing the death of films in theaters. I mean, once they already exist, that's a different thing, Decked. I'm sure they'll be fine. Yeah, no, going to the theaters is an event for me. Now, that's been true for years. That's nothing new. But we've also sort of stopped doing that. Like, ignoring the obvious financial cost, it's also a significant time investment. That's not what I meant, Skink Warrior. Like, I agree with you completely. There's a reason that people still use vinyls, right?
The Maker is nearby. She is inside that demonic citadel. I will mark her location on your HUD.
Surprisingly good, Dark Day. Also surprisingly bad. But basically, think about an episode of Star Trek, but kind of playable, and that's Star Trek Resurgence. I don't even remember the last film I saw in theaters. It would have been a few years ago. Well, yeah, the other problem, and I actually think this is the real problem, is movies are just continuing to get worse. Don't mistake me. There's still good movies out there, but, like, if you look at the overall aggregate of movies that are being presented, they're getting a lot worse. And it's really obvious why, if you pay attention to that kind of thing. Yeah, the writer's strike, the AI focus, the compartmentalization thing, which I've already talked about, the increased emphasis on cheaper and cheaper CGI. That's right. It's all because Hollywood woke. That's the specific reason and not your usual corporate greed that's been around for literal millennia. No. No. What's happening right now is almost 400 FPS. What's happening right now is almost assuredly the fact that the Hollywood bubble is finally bursting. Now, here's the catch. If you're paying attention, the AAA bubble has already bursted in the video game space. And for all intents and purposes, that's a good thing. But, like, there's no real AA to speak of, or indie scene in films, right? Like, if Ubisoft and Sony and, 2K Games and Tencent all exploded tomorrow, who cares? We still have dozens, if not hundreds, of actually good studios putting out plenty of good games. In the movie scene, we got nothing. Yeah, Bollywood has stopped being... Bollywood really is just becoming Hollywood, too, at this point. Good morning, Eternus. I'm going to have to chew on the enemy design a little bit more, I think. Because despite my issues with some of the specifics, which I do have, I do think that the individual moment-to-moment enemy design is a little bit better. And again, like I mentioned earlier, the game is substantially smoother and punchier to play than Doom 4. Like, that might surpass Doom 4 on that front. Okay. I mean, yeah, loader. Also, really quick, I just want to mention this because not everyone I know has seen this particular news. Have you seen that the Guimauns are trying to buy out... I'm saying this wrong. They're thinking about selling to Tencent and then consolidating their hold over Ubisoft under Tencent. If that doesn't mean anything to you, because you're probably like, who? They're pretty much the reason that Ubisoft has been so terrible that they've literally gone to criminal court over it. Yeah, no, this might actually be the worst possible move from our perspective. So it might be if there was a time to de-invest yourself from anything Ubisoft, this is it. And I don't say that because, people have been decrying Ubisoft games for years and years and years and years and years. This is officially bad. I just need to make that very clear.
The gathering of Hell Priests is located just above your location. My scans indicate there is a lift at the center of this facility.
That poor guy. I'd have to think about the last Ubisoft game I liked. It might be Assassin's Creed Origins, and I don't remember what year that came out. I'm told Valhalla is good, but very, very, very long. Hell Priest, so we talked about this earlier. Powerful practitioners of arcane magics, the priests have warped their powers to suit their insidious purpose, harnessing the dark forces of hellish psychomancy to prepare Earth for the final blood ritual. By blood were the Hell Priests bound to the Dark Ritual, which now consumed Earth, and so long as even one of them lives, the consumption of Earth will continue, allowing Hell unfettered rule over the mortal world. Only by destroying the priests can the blood ritual be stopped and Earth saved. When did Valiant Hearts come out, Uthor? $2014. So when did Origins come out? Actually, hang on. I'll just look it up because no one else is looking. Hang on. Assassin's Creed Origins. 2017. The same reason they want any game, Eternus. Tencent is interested in influence, not money. I mean, they're also interested in money, but Tencent has been consistently and persistently pursuing a policy of trying to influence as much of the gaming space as possible for years now. It's one of the biggest reasons why Tencent is so terrifying. It's because they're willing to take a loss as long as they can push. Yeah, it looks like Origins, so that's 2017, 7 years ago now, was the last Ubisoft game I liked. So yeah, that's been a minute. Tencent, they say Tencent isn't state-run, is how I'm going to answer that. I cannot 100% prove that Tencent is a state-run company. Was it Plutonium? See, I'm kind of curious now, because you have me wondering. So, Far Cry 5 was okay. That was 2018. Far Cry New Dawn was not. That was 2019. Valhalla was 2020. Where is... Watch Dogs predates that. Black Flag was 2013. God, I feel old. Ghost Recon Wildlands was 2017, so same year. So yeah, it looks like 2017 is when I kind of checked out of Ubisoft, personally. Can't wait to play Outlaws.
The Khan Maker is present at this gathering, but when outside of her domain, she is by all accounts indestructible.
Except to punching.
How can this be? No man can pass through the gate. It is... This stops nothing. The sacrament of this world to the great Khan Maker will be made, and the energy will be restored once again. As it is written, from the souls of the non-believers. You will not save them from their judgment.
Yeah, remember Dave Grove? I actually mentioned him last time. He's going to show up again.
You go too far this time. You cannot interfere. This is humanity's chance to repent, to give service to us. You cannot resist the will of the Khan Maker.
Activating the portal now.
For it was you who was meant to enforce it.
Yeah, the no-cell thing continues.
You have the means to locate the second Hell Priest. Your celestial locator is missing a component. We will need a replacement. I've completed the redesign of your equipment launcher. The flame belch is now ready for your approval.
Sorry, what, Uthor? Hang on, hang on. I feel like I had an aneurysm there, and I couldn't possibly have read what you just said. Oh yeah, Doom. Like I said, Doom Eternal is much more story focused. Whether the story is better or worse, it places a larger emphasis on it. Actually, yeah, Trathon, there's a lot of things like that. Like Total Biscuit, for example, is in this game. He's in the Super Gornost. And yeah, Markiplier's dad. Nice place, by the way. Very gothic. Very mechanical. I love the aesthetics of it. It's literally a castle. A castle spaceship. And I know what you're about to say, Warhammer 40k, but honestly, I think this place succeeds at that aesthetic better than most Warhammer 40k games do. Not all. Just some. Voice acting. Yeah, ironically, even though there's skulls all over the place in this game, we don't really lean into that much on our own turf. Go figure. Fine. So, the flamethrower. One of the last pieces of the puzzle. So we've got Shooty, we've got Chainsaw-y, we've got Punchy for glory kills, and then we got this. And remember, armor is functionally health, so there's our heal to keep us flowing. Whether the flamethrower is a good thing or a bad thing, that's very debatable, but it's definitely a thing. And it is full cooldown based, just like the grenade, as you can see in the lower right there. Yeah, we haven't gotten the blood punch yet, but we'll get there. So this is a Sentinel Crystal. You can select an upgrade by doing various things. Blah 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 blah. Oh, sorry. So what I'm gonna want is. So the way this works. Sorry, I should actually explain what I was just blah 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 blahing. You can get an upgrade for an item, and you can get an upgrade to also upgrade your health or ammo, but you get the individual upgrade too. So, for example, I could get the Belch armor upgrade, which makes demons drop armor at a faster rate while buffing my ammo. I could get Flame Belch takes less time to cooldown while buffing my health or armor. I could take Resource Drops pull in from further away while buffing my ammo, stuff like that. Correct, Archeon Vale. It's an interesting upgrade system. I do kind of like this conceptually. It's something a few games do, where you get, rather than like you could put a point into something cool, or you can put a point into a stat, you put a point into something cool that gives you a stat. It's actually very rare. I'm trying to think of the specific example I had in my head, and I can't remember it, but it's cool. I like it. That's power progression. We're gonna go with this. Yep.
The portal is activated and ready when you are.
Jesus, Kotaku. Don't even get me started about frickin' Kotaku. So there's the sound effect indicating our cooldown is up. We should jot down sound design while we're here. One moment, sorry. I need to find something really quick. Okay. Okay. Also, we have 1 life right now. Yay. One other thing, just as a brief thing. I do like that indicator in the middle of the screen. Obviously, we have the literal cooldown indicator in the lower right. But, give it a second, Watch the middle of the screen. As I mentioned before, I like my heads-up displays to be right front and center, right around the very middle of what I'm looking at. And there's the Flame Belcher. And there's the grenade. Very solid HUD. Yeah, by the way, we just have a teleportal on our frickin' fortress. Because of course we do. Jason Schreier act. Which is sad that I knew that immediately. I wrote down HUD, right? Yep, there it is. Yeah, no, we're going to be rushing through a lot of different... Again, the biomes. I really wanted different biomes. Speaking of which, time to go to our second one. There's also ruins, but a little different kind of ruins, as you can see. And, well, that speaks for itself, I think. There's that thing. And then there's that thing. Again with the Titans, by the way. This is another reason, stuff like this is another reason why I don't think this is just generic runs. A reasonable amount of effort is put into actually adding detail to these places. You know, like the murals, like the stained glass, like the giant fight in the background. You can see who they venerated, and it is obviously the same design we were seeing previously. But you'll also notice the mark up there. Poland. Well, unfortunately, he is pretty much as good as it gets right now, Huthor. So here we are. Oh yeah, no, this whole place just screams Sentinel. And you're right. It should. We've even got like little decals in the distance like that one over there. That one. Let's see. Sorry, jotting down some thoughts. You know the rule. If I'm alt-tabbing, the game goes, huh? Hold up. Why would you do anything but look at me? Look at me. Exultia. What treachery comes from our darkest cells, driven by greed and want? For I have been deceived by the Deeg. They came north with I, the priests, as allies to our cause against the Khan Maker and her unscrupulous methods. Their silvery tongues wagging, they laid a plan for us and sowed the seed of desire for hasty triumph. They claimed knowledge of the Maker's source of power in the demon realm, a vast foundry of souls where the innocent are put to the fire for the essence. In the foundry's destruction, our victory is assured, they told us, and the fools that we were, that I am, believed their lies. On their word, we sent the Doomslayer and the Night Sentinels to destroy the foundry, and the priests cast a gate for their egress. As the last veteran entered the demon's empire, our final hope of reclaiming our dominion, the Deeg closed the path and left them stranded. They were trapped, lost in the eternal void by the actions of the traitors. How can I not see their intention? Am I blinded by grief for the loss of Taras Nabad, of my people? We have fled again, with barely a legion of the Night Sentinels left to protect us. The Deeg are gone, returned to their mistress. May the Wraiths forgive my failure. Not that I'm aware of, Fulton. New enemy type? Gargoyles. Like their imp brethren, the Gargoyle is an agile, relentless pack hunter. Native to the Sentinel world, the beast has plagued the Sentinel Guard for centuries. As one of the few demon breeds that could bypass the walled defenses of Sentinel Prime, the Gargoyle could appear without warning and claim hapless townspeople before disappearing into the wasteland. Only the most skilled marksmen of the Night Sentinels could intercept this aerial threat, a peril which demanded an ever-vigilant watch over the city's perimeter. This is going to sound like a strange complaint, but the arc on the grenade launcher is different. Jesus! Yeah, like that. That should have landed right at his feet. So it was like 5 feet behind him. Get used to that. Yeah, it's more of a straight line instead of an arc. Which is fine. It's going to take me a minute to get used to. Hell Knights. The Hell Knight, warrior beast amongst demons, has earned its place over the millennia in service of the eternal archdemons. As imposed by the sovereign houses, Hell Knights have long served as barbaric enforcers of the Netherworld, impelling lesser demons by way of brutality. Rare among demonkind for its innate regard for primal orders and hierarchy, the Hell Knight exhibits adherence to the prevailing rule of the Demon Lord Masters. Requiring little compulsion on behalf of its highborn masters, Hell Knights readily serve the elder Hell Gods for the extent of their lifespans, reaping great satisfaction in the way of war and desecration. Actually, yeah, the decaling of enemy hits, this is part of the feedback thing we were talking about earlier, is much better in this one. In fact, that might actually be positive worthy. What would that be under? I'm looking forward to it, Archeon Vale. It's going to be great. The best part is I don't have a topic ready, so I'm just going to have to endure. Oh yeah, definitely very video gamey on the sound design, which I am, as usual, in favor of. What would I put that under? Hey, Maple Kingda. Hope you're doing alright, because, yeah, it has been a minute. Yeah, visual damage indicator, it's part of gameplay, obviously. It's essentially a health bar. So I guess, functionally, that's part of the HUD. Yeah, it's like model damage. It's like Mystic Quest. Is this the Blood Puncher? Wow, that was fast. Yeah, it's the Blood Puncher. Okay. Well, I haven't played it again since then, Maple Kingda. But someday I do plan to do an actual review of it. We'll see if it changes then. I haven't played 2 yet, obviously, because that's an extraordinarily long game and I haven't had time for it. Also, it's not funded yet, so that might be the main reason there. Beans. Ah, yes. Hmm. We'll go ahead and go with Seek and Destroy. Yeah, long-range glory kills is, well, yeah, mandatory. It's one of those upgrades. The other ones I could debate, but that one, we want to do that one. Sorry, I had to give the guy a break. As I can tell, the demons just don't infight. I mean, they were doing scripted infighting earlier, but we were watching them for about a solid minute. They didn't do any damage to each other the whole time. I think it was just cosmetic. Why they dropped that I don't have an answer. Oh, hey, we can upgrade our weapons now. Let's see. Yeah, let's go Star. There's that one. Yeah, that's great. Thanks. I don't want that. Yeah. Why is that bound to that? Hang on. I missed a binding. Binding. Oh, I see what I'm doing. I'm stupid. Why don't we swap that? Yeah, let's swap that. Let's see how that feels. Jot down pacing. God, jot down so many things. Pacing. Oh, the game is much more scripted than a lot of the more freeform previous games. Whether that's good or bad, it's kind of a preference thing. And execution thing. Execution is always key. They... Yeah, alright. Did they get rid of the map masteries? Because I can't help but notice that I don't see those here. Okay. So, this is showcasing how much they nerfed the melee damage. If you remember, we could melee basic possessed to death pretty easily last time. Here, we're losing a punching match with them. I'm not even sure why the melee attack even exists in this game. Because it does nothing. Yeah, like, you saw me if you were watching any of the Doom 4 thing. One of my most common strategies for Possessed was to not even waste ammo on them, but just a quick punch, which either immediately glory killed them, or pushed them into glory kill range. It's a weird decision. I don't know. I do not know why they did it. Probably Dante Bronson. Well, that's my point, though, Christopher. Just get rid of the melee entirely if you're going to nerf it that hard. In the days before man first spoke, An immense shard of rock and metal was cast into the world from the heavens. Thunder and cataclysm shook the land as the skies were torn asunder. The cosmic spear cleft a hole through our mortal lands, pole to pole, from the cold wastes of the umbral plains to the fetid swamps of Ironfang. The womb of the world opened, and the elemental wraiths, the firstborn, spilled forth. They took to the skies, fierce in their emancipation. In their exultation they brought vitality to the land, and all that felt their breath were awakened from eternal slumber. Fierce beasts in an unforgiving biosphere rose in the passing of their shadow, as the wraith call echoed across Argent Denor. First came the ancestrals, feral creatures, invigorated by the magic of the wraiths. They grew to enormous heights, mighty behemoths who waged war with each other for years untold. Their battles tore the land asunder and destroyed all creation caught in their wake. The wraith call continued to spread across the land, and soon the Argenta emerged from the steppes, our souls stirred into form by the power of their breath. The Titans towered over the wild-blooded tribes, but found them uncowed. The secret of the sword was discovered, and in the darkness of sweltering mountain forges we beat steel until it was strong enough to pierce bone and sever flesh. Thus we came to be, born of rock and fire, lowly in birth but risen by strength of our will. By the blessedness of the first ones we forged sword and shield, and took the hammer to the ancestrals. We claimed dominion of creation by right of blood and magic, and the time of man came to be. With the ancestral beasts driven back to their bleak valleys we rose. We tilled the fertile land, husbanded beasts of burden, built towering cities. In the hallowed palace on the obsidian throne we crowned King Ormero, the Father, the first of the line that shall reign in perpetuity. We built the Cathedral of Reflection to worship the first ones, and formed the Order of the Deeg, whose priests pay tribute to the wraiths and appease their tempestuous hunger. Our sons and daughters chose the path of the sword or the path of the alchemist, for each duty honors the gods. Though our ways were righteous, we were not without strife. Storms and great quakes cast our spires down. Barbaric tribes lay siege to our fields in search of greater gifts Mother Argenta had bestowed upon our world, and the song of the wraith call threatened to drive lesser men into madness. We were not lesser men. We defended that which the first ones had gifted to us, our land and right to the bounty held within. We beat back the barbarian hordes and hardened our resolve. We rose above the fire, our bodies and souls tempered, and an unbreakable will was shaped in the forge of battle. What emerged was the heart of our legion, the Order of the Night Sentinels. Yeah, the 40k vibe continues. It's okay, Gracemars, I understand.
priests.
I've already killed one.
You know our laws. Despite their transgressions against the Covenant, they are still of Sentinel blood. What you interfere with now is bigger than you can imagine. It is written. It is their time to give penance. If you continue, you will bring down the heavens' wrath. You are but one man. They are no longer your people to save.
You want to bet? King Novik ruled over Sentinel Prime for many years as its warrior patriarch, ordained protector of the sovereign Sentinel worlds. The Sentinel people, defined by a legacy of war, deem only those of warrior caste befit to rule, and in times of battle, it is expected that the king lead from the battlefield rather than from the safety of the throne. As it is written in Sentinel law, a king unfit for battle is likewise unfit to rule. For millennia, the Sentinel people have secured their civilization against the threat of invasion from beast and human alike, passing on the mantle of battle to each subsequent generation, and refining the craft of war into an art of ultimate mastery. Even in times of peace, the Night Sentinels remained vigilant, developing new technologies of conquest, each more capable of securing their dominion across the sovereign worlds. What's the name of this place? One moment. Because I found an amusing tidbit when I was double-checking something last night. Sorry, give me 1 second. Because almost all of the events of this game occur in a specific portion of the galaxy. I can't remember what it's called, though. Yeah, I could double check it later. Reminds me of an old quote, Ghost Rider. I know what balance is. I swing by it every day. Good morning, Ross. Hopefully today is treating you well. Oh yeah, red door. Literally a red door in this case. take that as a yes, then. One nice thing is that all of your movement tech is refilled every time you hit a pole. Let me explain what I mean by that for a second. The overwhelming majority of games have a thing where if you jump and then you double jump in the air, you need that charge of your double jump to be refilled. Most games have that double jump refilled by hitting the ground again. But some games will add a specific mechanic to refill your double jump, like Celeste does. In this case, those little poles right there actually refill that recharge. So we've got the double dash, we got the double jump, we hit a pole, we get both again. So the actual horizontal movement we can make is tremendous. They mandate that in later levels. Ah! Damn it. And now I'm dead here. I give up on everything. Let's try this again. What? Okay. Yeah, the fact that falling was just death and a reload was terrible in Doom 4. I was not a big fan of that. Try that again. Come here. Come here. Come here. Cute. Argenta's legends speak of sentinel beasts, loyal creatures that lived as companions of the hardened warriors. Often larger and swifter and stronger than others of their kind, these animals shared instincts with their masters and aided them in battle. The Night Sentinels never shared publicly the origins of these creatures, for only they stood worthy of them. Writing down more notes, you know me.
This Sentinel battery can be used to provide additional power to your ship. Several modules remain unused. Finding more batteries will enable you to utilize the full functions of your command station.
That's a really good question, Trithon. Believe it or not, I've given the exact same answer several times. The most guilty pleasure game I have is not applicable. I don't feel guilty for enjoying games. I don't mean that as a dig or anything. I mean that sincerely. I didn't realize that until pretty recently, though. So, there's the plasma rifle. And now we're in hell. And Revenants. Who wouldn't have a boner for a jetpack, am I right? Why do you think Boba Fett was so popular? The Revenant program, a bioweapon experiment utilizing reanimated necrotic human flesh, was believed to have been destroyed with the collapse of the UAC facility on Mars. However, the emergence of the cultist enclaves on Earth, former UAC deviations now under Hell's direct control, have begun work on a second wave of production of the Revenant program. While much of the platform's existing weapon payload is preserved as originally designed, the cyberneural programming has undergone modifications. Pattern signals are wired to the host's frontal cortex, which in turn simulate a state of frenzied, unrestrained bloodlust. While these signals are active, the host is incapable of thinking or feeling anything but a singular compulsion to inflict death and violence on the living. And yeah, I did notice that, Dakota. It actually threw me. That was weird. Anyways. Oh, I can slip through that. Oh, because I don't have the super yet. That's why. Okay. Sorry, I was wondering why my... Strange. That can't be right. Oh, I guess that is right. Because that's set to 4. That should be 2. That means I don't have a 4. What can I put on 4? Yeah, I was debating the BFG. I could also move the rocket launcher down to 4. And move that down to 6. The rocket needs to be on 6. That's where my mind immediately goes for rocket launcher. Let's move the ballista down to 4. I mean, in a very broad sense, yes, but the problem is Doom 2 was a map pack. Doom Eternal is a completely different game. It's not quite the same thing. Don't mind me. Of course the Slayer collects vinyls. Why wouldn't he? It's okay, you haven't even played Doom 4 from what I understand. Something that I'm sure you're rectifying immediately. Oh, yeah, gross. So, here's the gimmick of the purple goop. You can't jump in the purple goop. That can be a little irritating. We'll see what they do with that as we go throughout the game. So the microwave beam is what we want there. Unfortunately or otherwise. Yeah. We're gonna go with that. And yeah, as was pointed out earlier, we're a lot less horrible to these drones. But then again, these are Vega drones. So that makes sense. We're pretty cool with
There's a
Vega.
Sentinel power core nearby. You can use it to activate the mech and clear a path forward.
I do like activating mechs and clearing paths forward. And yes, as Bregman just pointed out as a reminder, this game is on sale right now on Humble Bundle. That includes DLCs, for the record. Make sure you specifically look for the deluxe version. That's the catch. Because Doom Eternal is also on sale on the Humble Bundle right now, which does not include the DLCs. In the time of grief, when King Etrex took the throne, a blessing came to the people of Argenta. White porcelain beings from a world above our own brought gifts to Denur. Observers to our great deeds, admirers of our convictions, they sought to make bond with our swords and bring lasting order to our world. These were beings unlike any we'd seen before. Sword and shield held no weight against them, for the ethereal flesh of these luminous beings seemed unbound by mortality. Able to move through time and space, they held sway over all dominions of the known and unknown dimensions. That's a lie, by the way. Though through their ways we grew stronger, our society bolstered by their infinite wisdom and all-knowing power, assuring our people's safety for all time in this world and the next. Where we sharpened the blade and mastered our magic, they bolstered the soul and spirit. Death would no longer be the end for our people. The ones we call the Makers, our new allies in this brutal world, have given us security in death, and we fought so hard to achieve in life. We would find the eternal peace, and our minds would rest easy with the knowledge that those we fought alongside in battle would join us in the lands beyond the mortal plane. The strength of our ways, the purity of our essence, would by Maker law grant us passage to the great city in the clouds. There our women and children, warriors and kin alike, would welcome us. We adopted the holy doctrines of the Makers, gifted in exchange with the chance to earn eternal rest for our mortal souls in blessed Urdak. The covenants we hold now under the embrace of our new gods fostered a peace we've never known, for they were unlike the first ones whose presence offered no paradise from fear and uncertainty of existence in a harsh and unforgiving world. The Maker's embrace was warm and guided us to an era of spiritual prosperity. And yeah, I agree completely, Arcane Fail. Nothing wrong with a game being a game, and I've said it before and I'll say it again. Some designers need to get their heads just a little bit out of their own butts about that. Just a little bit. Mass Effect 3 can be a game, Pete. Bosses are fine. We can have boss battles. It's cool. Obviously, the whole topic is a gradient, but I have found, especially in the last 20 years or so, a lot of people have been pushing away from games being games. And, well, you know. Okay, where does it... Oh, there it is. I made that exact same mistake last time, too. Yeah, there's a reason they call Sauron the Deceiver. Why? Okay. Where do you want me to go, game? This is what Takoida was mentioning earlier. Unless a this is true in Doom 4 as well, but unless a space is specifically painted to allow you to grapple it, you can't ledge grab. Nice place. Don't do it, Spartan. Don't do it. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. It's been fascinating discussing game design through the Doom series, especially given how much game design is inherent to the Doom series. Every single Doom game has, had a fairly different philosophy with regards to how to approach things. And it's been fascinating going between them. My god, man. How many of those were you sitting on? Don't answer that question. Oh my god, that's irritating. Okay. You. How many weeks was that, Spartan? Move. You know, probably Spartan. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know what it is. The metric I use is how many individual distinct people talk during a stream. Thanks, Porter. So that's the alt fire for that, if you're wondering what I bothered to pick up earlier. I'm serious though, in my opinion, and it is a matter of opinion, the most useful metric I can have for how well the stream is doing is how many people are talking during it. How many distinct people. Some people track how many lines are said, some people track Whoop, that was strange. How many people watched it? How many people watched it concurrently? Yeah, I don't know what to put it. Thank you for being part of the show, Spartan. I'm not sure, like, okay, hang on. Let me pull this up. Are you dumping all of that on the same thing? No, it looks like Dead Space R and Dealer's Choice. Okay, so hang on. So that was 6 of those. Oh, neck. It's all good, Kennex Cow. I understand. I'm not trying to be like, y'all suck. Y'all are worthless. No. It's just, like I said, I do find it to be a useful metric. Dead Space 1R. Dealer's Choice. Remember, we have the genre thing now. So if you want to put it towards a genre you're interested in, if you just don't have a specific game in mind, but there is a type of game you'd like to see more of, then you can do that instead of just saying Dealer's Choice. Several people have already been adding several genres to that list. I should mention that Starfield is, like, near guaranteed to get funded before WoW, I would say. But it's okay. It's like a one-day stream. No one has added survival horror, no. I'm not sure I would even allow that to be added. But do I need to add a boilerplate? You're gonna... If you put money towards a genre, you have to understand that that genre is going to be whatever I consider that genre to be. So anyways, yeah, the ghost beam kills them instantly. If I'm remembering correctly, it's how long it takes and how much ammo it takes depends on the class of the enemy or something like that. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure. You don't, Mr. Red. It's not even on the website, if you could believe it. An alien game. Well, Isolation... I mean, Isolation's on the list, so just put it towards Isolation at that point. I've been thinking about that Archeon Veil. Because you mentioned that earlier, and I wasn't sure about it, but yeah. There does seem to be no going above 100, or what do you want to think of that as. Because the weird thing is, it's one of those things, right? Overheal doesn't matter in and of itself. It's what you do with the overheal that matters. Let me explain that slightly. It's like buffs. Let's say I make a game. And let's say I make a game that allows you to buff your damage by 10% when you're doing such and such. Cool. Now let's assume that I design my game and balance my game around you having that buff. What I have just done is I have just screwed up. Because now I've made that buff mandatory, and it's no longer a buff, is it? Now, there's some asterisks attached to that, but you get the idea. So if I allow for overhealing, it's the same concept. If I allow for overhealing and then I design around overhealing, then it's not overhealing. It's just, oh, it's just sitting there. Being there. Irritating. So it depends on how they design the rest of the input. Having said that, this game can be very punishing on the health side of things. So maybe they should have allowed overhealing? But that might be part of the greater overall problem of, well, the save problem in this game. There's also the psychological side of things. In general, players will tend to prefer something where they can hit a button to do something, rather than it being passive, even if the result is exactly the same. After all, it feels like they've actually done it. Let's just stand on this gun while it shoots a hole through this. Oh yeah, gross warning. You like Gross, right? I hope you like Gross, because there's a lot of Gross in this game. Like, they really looked at System Shock, too, and said, yeah, we could do that in high def. I remember this area specifically because I commented on it last time that we finally reached the level of Mario Brothers. Another red door. I can't even imagine a 3D Mario game. That sounds insane to me. What is still alive? There we go. Gloop, gloop, gloop. Speaking of the purple goop, we've mostly been seeing it in sections where it's primarily there for platforming. This is our first real arena where we get glooped. So did you see how many shots that did and did not break it? However, a single shotgun shot breaks it. Notice it also changes how much it takes based on how much health they have left, too. But why, Hira? Don't you like the gloop? Don't you like the bodies that are probably where the gloop's coming from? Don't you like the gore and the gross? It's very cozy. No, not yet, Act. Yeah, they really, really like the meat moss in this one. I'm not sure why. Aside from, you know, hell. Yeah, the thing about the goop is I've seen several platformers, including the Marios, do a thing where they limit your ability to, you know, function, but they do it very, very smartly. Specific example. This is a very, very minor spoiler for Mario Wonder. But there's a specific level in Mario Wonder where you play as a Goomba. And as you might imagine, you have a very limited kit as a Goomba. But the entire stage is completely designed around that limited kit. It's creative, it's fun, and it's awesome. Oh yeah, Scorn's on the forbidden list, if I even have to say that. Hey, Steppenwolf. Oh, please. No! Oh, okay. You can Google image search it, but I would recommend you not do that, Colgrim. Yeah, why don't we have that Gauss rifle? Okay. Yes, it's a game about puppies. Wonderful, fluffy, cute puppies. Anyways, thank you very, very much, Steppenwolf, for your support. I hope you enjoy the lurking. I hope you enjoy the Doom. And if you do decide to put that towards anything, please let me know. Sorry, I should clarify. Do not actually Google image search Scorn. For real, don't do it. Yeah, that's a game that was vetoed based on the gore level alone. I don't know anything else about the game, and I don't care. Okay. What the hell is cybernetic gore? Oh yeah, it's another thing. Definitely don't look up Scorn at work. I mean, robots spewing bolts and all over the place doesn't bother me at all. Why would it? After all, I've seen Transformers. Add to Euro. Uh-huh. Let's do... Gosh. Let's do this one. I mean, again, Transformers and robots ripping each other apart doesn't really particularly bother me. So there's your tutorial. Hope you liked that. Can I help you? With Machine and Enchantment of the Makers, the Argenta brought our newfound clarity to the disparate realms of the Empyrean Void, aka the local space. It's like the such and such belt or something. God, that's gonna bother me. Just looking this up, and I can't freaking remember what it was. Hang on. Blah, 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 blah. Chakad, yep, Imora, yep. Sorry, this is really bothering me. Whatever. We discovered there was not one enemy, but many. Worlds and peoples unknown to the Argenta were unveiled, and we saw our own suffering reflected in their eyes. Our righteous army strode into battle under the banner of the Night Sentinels, and fought for the freedom of all peoples from the grasp of those we would exploit and prey upon them. Oh, God. Ah! Though we battled on soil not our own, the blood we shed in foreign lands safeguarded Argent Dunor, and the sons and daughters that defended it. Through the strange peoples we liberated new alliances, and through the strange peoples we liberated new alliances were formed. What? Through the strange peoples we liberated new alliances were formed. That's a weird sentence structure. And our beliefs became their own. Our armies swelled. As the Argenta... Yeah, crusade, by the way. As the Argenta traversed the stars with gleaming war fleets, the Khan of the Makers approached the King Roan on his throne. He sensed his god restless by her just quiet manner. The King and Khan spoke, and the god revealed she had foreseen a schism in the blood of the Argenta. A test would be required to identify its host among us. She spoke of a holy rite to be performed on the strongest of our warriors. Only those that proved worthy could be tested, for the impurity would reside in the most resilient of our legion. The Divinity Machine, a great tribute by Maker Scaleras, would help us cleanse any impurities from our flock, ensuring our continued prosperity in this world and in the Maker realm that awaited in the afterlife. The malicious one, if not exhumed from our ranks, would jeopardize our safe passage to the heavenly realm of Urdak. The Dark One was not among them yet, nor would he be for many generations. Only the Mother God, through divination and Maker sight, would determine when he stood before them. The Makers were truth! And only their unclouded eyes could find the one that was marked. The prophecy of the Unholy One was written, but through the ages the warning grew faint, until only the Khan Maker herself and the High Priest of the Order of Deeg still whispered of he that would someday threaten their way of light. So I have no intention of going out to the theaters ever again. I'm not saying that I never will, but like... It's gone from being something that I just stopped doing to something that I have no intention of doing. As for why, well, that's a little bit trickier. I could mention that there's just not a lot of films really worth going to the theaters for, and that's certainly a valid thing. I could mention how I just don't have time anymore, which is certainly a valid thing. I can mention how it's become a monetary consideration, as richer and richer people get richer and richer. But if I'm being honest, I don't think I really have a conscious reason for it. Even sitting processing it, I just don't have a good explanation for it. Yeah, specifically going to the theaters, Archeonville. I should mention I like going to the theaters, but then again, I like having a reactive audience. Talked about several times. Ooh. Like, if I don't have a crowd who's reacting to the film with me, then what's the point of seeing it in the theaters? To me. At that point, I might as well just watch it at home. I mean, I could name a bunch of examples of a reactive audience, but I think you get the idea, right? Oh, that would be so awkward and uncomfortable to me, Czar. And the whole time I'd be thinking, why am I here? Why am I not just watching this at home?
Betrayer's life signal is nearby.
Really? Oh man, the Godzilla -1 crowd was great. I actually saw that in theaters, by the way. Oh, there you go. That would probably be the last film I saw in theaters. I should also mention at this point in my life, I'm probably the most boring person in the world to go see movies with. I like pausing the movie and discussing as we go through, you know. Which, of course, can't be done in the theaters.
There are motion sensors and artillery everywhere.
So this is the Betrayer mentioned in the last game.
I told you all to leave me here. I am where I belong. Saving your people will not bring you peace. Only make the burden you carry worse. And now you seek to defy the Khan Maker herself. It is your people's time now to give penance, just as it was mine. Hear me, Slayer. When his heart is laid to rest, then his soul will be at peace.
Remember that.
And so will mine.
This is going to come up much later. So yeah, he's got an interesting little setup here. A pseudo smithy thing. What I find most interesting about his self-imposed penance is that he's sitting here with tons and tons and tons of extremely high-quality material and armament to make sure that he stays safe, but also that he stays here. He could just let the demons kill him and destroy his soul if he wanted, but no. He gets to endure. For those of you who forgot, the Betrayer is the one who betrayed his people to, you know, the Argenta, to Hell in order to allow Hell to claim them, and that led to the creation of the Well, which also led to Hell expanding its influence exponentially. That would be interesting, von Falkenstein. Oh, hey, the Betrayer. After years of prolonged war against the demonic threat that invaded the world, Argent D'Nur launched an offensive strike across dimensions, sending their greatest warriors into the heart of Hell itself. Despite their training and their preparedness, their honor was undone by deceit. Betrayal at the highest levels of command left Argent D'Nur's bravest warriors cut off and scattered in the hellscape. But of these last remaining Night Sentinels, only one remained in Hell by choice. Betrayer of the Argenta, it was Commander Valen who relinquished the keys to the Elemental Sepulchre in return for his son's resurrection. Haunted by demonic visions, that's from Deeg D'Nur, I think. One of the Deegs, one of the priests. Haunted by demonic visions, the image of his son's tortured existence plagued him without relent, the whispers of demons pushing him towards madness. In a moment of weakness, he fell prey. It was D'Nur. No, it wasn't D'Nur. What was his friggin' name? Whatever. Doesn't matter. In a moment of weakness, he fell prey to the demon's trickery, sealing the fate of Argent D'Nur and dooming the kingdom to which he swore a lifelong oath to protect. Valen chose exile in the hellscape for his sacrilege. Because, you know, what else are you going to do, right? It was Grav. Deeg Grav. Yeah, that, Czar. There's a difference between being respectful and just being mannequins, right? No judgment, no cultural biases here. Just, you know, no thank you.
The extraction point has been identified. I will mark its location on your HUD.
So, one of the things I admit I do like about Doom Eternal over Doom 4 is its increased emphasis on level design. There's more platforming and more level, for lack of a better way to put it. Well, Lord knows we like to lean into the arenas, and there's plenty of that all over the place. There's also sections like this, which I tend to appreciate. I just went the wrong way. So this is what happens when you hit the lava. Whoop. That's also what happens when you hit the lava. No, I'm clearly a games journalist, as because I'm proving right now. Thank you, Nordame. Always appreciate your sub. And if you give me a moment, put that down. For Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2, Xenoblade 3. Ooh, that was strange. I know you're making fun of me, Mad Overlord. I will admit, sometimes just watching a good movie with one person I can have reactive tends to work for me. For example, the best person I've ever seen a movie with is actually my sister. She is extremely reactive. And, you know, we can chat and have questions, all kinds of little stuff as the movie's going on. Quietly, of course, so as to not bother other moviegoers. There we go. I've been trying to get that one a couple of times. Still need to get the behind Cacodemon one. Yeah, when the MCU was first coming out, my sister and I would go and she would ask questions. You know, who's this? What's the relevance of this? Stuff like that. Where is who's left? There you are. Come here. See, much quicker with a lesser enemy. I actually agree with that, Dakota. I've seen a few I haven't seen before. I'm not sure how much of that is just, you know, coincidence or not. I'm fine with the overall position of the HUD. In fact, I think this HUD is better than Doom 4's basically in every way. First of all, I love the stuff right in the middle. All of the cooldown indicators, and of course, your central attack, which changes just like in Doom 4, based on your gun. I also love the fact that it's color-coded. I can tell which gun I have equipped at a glance just because of the color of the ammo in the lower right there. I also love the color coding of like the health, and the cooldowns, and the various things you unlock for the weapon points, all that fun stuff. And yeah, all of this stuff is customizable, except for the low ammo thing for some reason. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it might be closer to the screen than what you're expecting because we're in a 4x3 format. Because I'm pretty sure those are X distance from the edge, as opposed to anything else, right? So stretching it out would push them out. That's hypothetical, I'm not sure. So let's try out this fast travel thing, shall we? Because we missed a bunch of stuff, obviously. This. How do we do fast? Here we go, fast travel. Aw, there's only just the couple of spots we can fast travel to. That's a shame. That's better than nothing, but that's not... I don't think that's quite positive. Although, once again, this map is amazing. Look at this map. Look at this thing. It's so easy to navigate, too. Boom. Boom. Look at that. It's even indicative. You can see where the giant titans were. Love this crap. Damn, we got a bunch of stuff that one. And some mobile crap. Oh, I love that mobile crap. It's fine. We're going straight from Doom Eternal to Yume Nikki. Oh, I can't remember how it's pronounced. To the horror dream game I've never even heard of until you mentioned it. Oh, it's going to be the worst review ever. I apologize in advance for how much it's not going to be worth your time, Archaeon Vale. I warned you, in my defense. I told you, nope, it's not going to be a good review, and I'm not going to have anything worth saying. I'm going to be worthless. Alright, probably Czar. It could, I mean, as in it could literally be that. One moment. Okay. It's called Yume Nikki. I don't know anything about it. It's a dream game, I think. How long has that game been around for funding? Well, it was funded the moment it was added. So, by technical definition, it took 0 days for it to get funded. Well, supposedly it's not a horror game. We'll see. That's another thing. Anybody who knows me knows I'm just really not a big fan of weird or weird. I don't have a better word for it. So that should be fun. Yeah, sorry, I'm not streaming any hentai, Dante Bronson. I apologize. Okay, sorry. I was poking fun,
Now
Dante
find the
Bronson.
remaining Hell Priests by activating your celestial locator. The second Hell Priest is located in the northern region of Earth. I will calibrate the portal now. The hub has several areas locked off due to power constraints. Once power has been restored, you will be able to access the entire ship.
So, huh. Vega. Vega. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah. See you around, Kennex Cow. So there's the thing we just got. Where's, let's see. Look, I've clipped through a lot of floors in my days. I'm not sure it was in when I played the game, Hero. If it was, I don't think I saw it.
Levels rising. Re-establishing power to core and supplementary systems. The ice bomb modification to your equipment launcher has been completed. Once fired, the bomb will douse nearby enemies in freezing gases. You'll have to manually toggle the launcher to fire either ice bombs or frag grenades.
So there's the BFG in construction. The real thing I want to show off is our room. We've got this. This is the door to our room, by the way. Just look at this thing. Whoop. I might not have access to it. Hang on. Oh, whatever. So here's our room. Of course, we have a giant rock. Of course, we have a giant mecha on our video our piece. This is our computer station. Look at this. What's that? Takoyaki flavor. Ugh. And we got pizza. Fruit chews, though. Let's see, what do we got here? Shotgun portraits, collectibles, ripandtear.mp3, bestkillscomp.mp4, glory kills 1.mp4, daisy pics, and kill list. We also have Demonology Today, Living with Fear, how the Doomslayer is only a manifestation of your unresolved inner turmoil. Mortally Understood, we examine the harmful effects of demonizing the mortally challenged. Slayer Outrage, why the Slayer owes the demon community an apology. An open dialogue for the eternally damned. Here's where we do repairs and stuff, of course. Gotta have a spot like this. Guns and Bullets, an exclusive look at the BFG 10,000. Hang on. Oh my god. Whatever. The BFG 10K is finally here, and yes, it's over 9,000. Juiced Up, an inside look at the latest in plasma-powered weapons that'll have you saying, boy. Doomsday Dinner, 10 prepper-approved meals in a jug that'll sustain you until the end of days and beyond. Science Monthly, the Argent Energy Crisis, man-made or made up? We talk to the experts. Mining for data, why you shouldn't worry about your UAC's $1 trillion data collection program. Innocuous inoculations. New UAC study reveals mandatory injections improve employee productivity. Oh my god. Loading. I need to find all the other discs. I'd say. Cat and Gear Cooking. Exclusive interview with the author. Cooking from Hell's Kitchen. Thy flesh consumed. Winner, Argent Dinner. Soul food that's to die for. Pinkie Pies. 100% imp-fed broiled pink patty pies. And Kako cakes. The top 10 recipes for the mortally challenged. So, comic book thing. Hang on. There we go. And Hellwalker. Gotta have Hellwalker. Why do we have a demonic guitar? Oh, there's the toy we got earlier. The only toy we've gotten so far, but yeah, whatever. Showcasing of the weapons we've gotten so far. And saving the best for last. Never forget. Poor Daisy. Oh yeah, we actually read some of these last time. Hang on. My Buddy Superfly. Why I'm So Great, Part 2 by Dork Norcom. Devilish Daggers and Other Assorted Pony Objects. Leandri, A Brief History of Interplanetary Industry. Von Braun, Onboard AI System Technical Manual. We probably needed that for Vega. Mesa Science Monthly, Predicting Unforeseen Consequences. So hang on. So, My Buddy Superfly, I'm not sure what that is. Why I'm So Great, that's a Duke Nukem reference. I'm not sure what Leandri is a reference to. Von Braun's a Fallout reference. Mesa Science Monthly is a Half-Life reference. UNATCO Training Manual, Bomb Defusal, that's a Deus Ex reference. Spear of Destiny, Post-War Deconstruction. I'm not sure what that one is. Oh, Leandri's Unreal. I knew that sounded familiar. Living with Rage. Hang on. Living with Rage and Other Common Emotions in the Apocalyptic Wasteland. That's Rage. The Strog, A Transdimensional Field Study. That's Quake. Retcon, The Life and Times of Flynn Taggart. Lol. From Nopefish to Dopefish, The Dope Tale. Oh, is Von Braun? Oh, you're right. Von Braun is System Shock 2. You're right. Sorry, I was thinking in another direction with that. With the AI thing, yeah. Tai Tenga, Off-World Travel Guide. Not sure what that one is. Cooking from Hell's Kitchen, Thy Flesh Consumed, wah wah. To Pray or Not to Pray, prayer reference. Vault Dweller Survival Guide, there's the Fallout reference. How to, God, that's hard to read. How to Comb Your Mustache, Clifton M. Fishpock. Oh, sorry. This game sucks. It's just a wallet milking. No. It could be worse. It could be Starfield. Am I spelling it wrong? There it is. Hey, overhealth. Yep. Anything can run Doom. Even Doom. Yeah, the music's overlapping. That's interesting. Do you hear that? Oh, is this Doom 2? want to see if this is harder than it was in actual Doom 2. I had some issues with this when we were doing this. Oh, hang on. Guys, could you not? Kind of busy here. Damn. You say that, Von Falkenstein. Like I said, we had issues with this exact jump last time. Like, we have to do this. This is how we progress. This is how we get the red key. Anyways. I thought the music was going to keep playing for a second. I don't even tell the difference here. No, it's fine. I'll just stick my hand out. Ah! It's like that guy with the Cybertruck, right? Watch, I'll put my finger in here. Chop. No sympathy, by the way. He deserved that.
This is an ARC broadcast. To any ARC personnel or survivors operating inside the Hellified zones, please be advised. More Doomslayer sightings have been coming in. ARC leadership do not recommend any attempts to communicate with the Slayer directly. Please avoid all contact with Doomguy at this time. While it is clear that the Slayer is an enemy of the challenge, it is unclear if he could also be a threat to civilians.
I think it's still playing the Doom 2 music. Why is it still playing the Doom 2 music? Oh, it's proximity based. See? Oh my god. There we go. Oh, it's actually stuck.
This is an ARC broadcast. To any ARC personnel or survivors operating inside the Hellified zones, please be advised. More Doomslayer sightings have been coming in. ARC leadership do not recommend any attempts to communicate with the Slayer.
Hang on. We gotta be energy conscious here. Okay. I guess we did turn it off. It's weird. Whatever. Fortress of Doom is a command station used by Sentinels for military operations. ESR dating suggests the structure was built during the reign of King Danak, and spectral analysis of the Sentinel energy signature used to power the various systems confirms this theory. While the rock and metal structure of the vessel is undoubtedly Argenta design, the castle's subsystems, navigation, gravitational, centrifuge, and life support are all of Maker origin, suggesting a design collaboration between the two species. Propulsion is notably absent, as it is not required. The fortress manipulates space through an unknown process involving Sentinel energy. However, there is no indication that any of the systems were designed for Maker use. The accessways, control panels, and living quarters have all been designed for Argenta dimension, so it can be assumed the massive structure was made exclusively for Argenta warfare, likely as a flag station of the Night Sentinels military forces. We have records of the Night Sentinels visiting many inhabited planets in their local quadrant, the extent of their empire still being researched, and this fortress is likely a remnant of what was once a larger fleet. The design of the structure suggests it was used as a command station for the Night Sentinel galactic exploration, and that troops would touch ground at their final destination through other means, either through the smaller transport ships or potentially through continuum gates. Dimensional travel has been noted in several Argenta texts and is presumed to be one of the many technological advancements that the Makers brought with them to Argent Dunur, though the precise method of this arcane technology is still unknown. It's the Endmaker, by the way. Some more of those. Those require those. So we get 2 of those, we get 1 of those. Any questions? Hey, Valerian. So yes, we have our own Titan down here. Store brand BFG. We also got those, which require those. Yeah, I think that speaks for itself. I think that's it. Yeah. We're finally going to play with that thing in the next game. So this is the Repertorium. The Demon Prison allows you to practice fighting demons without dying or losing inventory. New encounters unlock as you progress. This tryout area. It's a fairly basic arena, but it's a solid one. And you can just go nuts on things. And hear some cool music while doing it. Yeah, it's our own little pocket dimension of training. And then we leave. This is just how we relax. Like I said, it depends on the enemy. I don't think it does, but it did do a stagger just a few seconds ago, Arcane Veil, so maybe. So, hey! I believe this is our final upgrade mechanism. Barrels that have exploded will respawn once after a short duration. Barrels will leave behind some ammo when destroyed. See you around, Archeonville. Have a good one. Of course, we only have 1 point right now, so all we can actually do is grab Bastion Ledge, or those things. We're going to sit on all that, obviously, because I don't want any of that. But yeah, battery packs we find in missions. Those get us access to, various upgrades. It's a very direct way to give upgrades, but I don't mind it, really. It also gives us choice. 2 things gives you an upgrade of your choice. I like that kind of thing. In fact, I should write that down. Should also write that down, too. Well, that sounds awful, Evo. Or I got a solution for that. I pull out a frying pan. Wonk! So, the cultist based, aka I hope you like frozen biomes. I remember liking this stage too. Which is good, because I remember not liking several of the later stages. What was that? Mission challenges. Now we have mission challenges. Why have we not had mission challenges until now? And yeah, that gives us batteries, which gives us upgrades. Oh my god. So challenges are back. Where's the mutator? Really, 5? Interesting, interesting. Wonder why they did it that way. Don't worry, nobody likes ice physics. Right. Here's what mission challenges are. Thanks. I suppose I should actually keep... So what do we got here? Ignite 4 demons with 1 flamethrower, destroy a turret, and acquire a crystal. That's not too bad. Led by the elusive hell priest Daeg Rannoch, the cultists operate from a remote facility located in the Arctic tundra. As overseer, Rannoch exerts absolute control over the facility and its legion of possessed acolytes. Instrumental in sowing the seeds of the cultist uprising, Rannoch worked briefly with Olivia Pierce at the Mars facility before departing to Earth with orders to prepare the groundwork for the imminent Hell invasion. A recently declassified UAC biography for Ronick indicates he is a surviving member of the original Order of Deeg, an ancient Argenta cleric. He now serves the forces of Hell and is rumored to have personal knowledge of the Doomslayer, suggesting a shared history between the two. Wielding total power over the cultists under his supervision, he uses his growing influence to advance the consumption and corruption of Earth. Built over the ruins of an ancient Argenta settlement on Earth, the cultist facility has been designed as both Gothic monument to the ancient architecture and state-of-the-art science facility. Tablets and memory banks found at the settlement indicate the Order of the Deeg discovered Earth millennia ago and found it to be populated with powerful primeval beasts. They named these creatures Agadons, due to their similarity to the mythic Cyclopean giant from Argent Dinura's Pass, the Agadian. Oh my god, can't talk. Talking optional. No more talk. I wonder how cold it is around here. That's a joke. I actually saw it earlier. It's negative 40 Celsius. I don't know what that is in real temperatures, though. Nope, not Ellie. What? Why? Oh god, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Ah! And yes, I know, that was the joke, Bregman. Okay. Oh, this is past where I was. That's actually funny. So I want to go back and get this. What the hell is that? Gotta admit, that is satisfying. That challenge done.
Priest is somewhere in this facility. I cannot pinpoint his exact location at this time.
Okay. I feel like that I need something to progress here. I'm not sure what it is, though. Of course, they still use mechanical skulls, even when they can use anything else.
Welcome, Slayer. Is my time at an end? Let's see if you're strong enough to survive this cursed citadel.
Pro tip, don't taunt me. It's not going to work out for you in pretty much any sense of the word. Like, there's no winning situation there, okay? There's no glorious solution. There's no parade, okay?
The Slayer has arrived. All mortally challenged personnel, please be advised.
Yes, Ghost Rider. Obviously, I'm aware of some story beats from them, but gameplay-wise, never touched them. I mean, wouldn't you, Dante Bronson? Mancubus. Cool. Well, we gotta work with its weak point here. It's gonna be a little tricky, but I think I know what its weak point is. Hey, it worked! We'll probably beat this game sometime on Monday or Tuesday. Give or take. I remember this exact spot. This is the first time we discussed encounter design ever on this show. Ah, fun times. Achievement. 2020, I'm gonna say. I might be wrong on the specifics there. Why? Like, just why? Why do we need to compact the gore? Why do we need gore at all? Can we just go without gore? Is it one Doom game without gore? God. Oh gosh. So in a lot of strategy games, there's usually a mechanism to shrink like a specific resource so you can fit more of it into a spot. And now, well, you see what I'm already picturing. Not close. Doom Internal. Oh god, Valerian. Why would you do this? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Dakota. Very stroggy. But I'm not sure as if that's on purpose or not. Because Quake 4 was a minute ago, and Quake has been mostly abandoned since then. Speaking of lead points. That's another way you can deal with those, by the way. Wait, really? Why Quake 3? Never mind. I understand why they would try to reboot Quake 3. Not 1 with the Cthulhu-esque thing. Not 2 with the Strogg. Not 4 with the Strogg. No. 3. Because Fortnite. Jesus. A Doom 3 remaster would be interesting. Give it a few polishing passes and smooth over a few issues. Although if I had to pick one Doom game to get a remaster on, I'd have to think about that. Not a remake, a remaster. Because a remake is beyond that purview. I could probably make this. Like, when I have my double jump. What the hell? Oh God, where am I? Funnily enough, my first thought for a remaster was Doom 64. So this is the rocket launcher. It shoots rockets. Stop me if I'm going too fast. Well, we actually just died right there. Lost a life, too. last time we played this, we completely bomb jumped this. Aw. I already got the mandatory one. That's a good question, Blitwell. Let me double check after I decide what to get. Faster glory kills feels useful. Longer stagger would be good. The life 3 will be necessary later, but we're not there yet. Let's do the longer stagger for now. Okay, room stash. Applications. Looks like no, Blitzball. Afraid it is a video game. I just noticed they're doing the green thing again. Only noticed it last time. Oh yeah, these assholes. That animation, by the way. Yeah, the biggest problem I have with the snakes is they have way too much health. Yeah, that's nice. Thanks, game. Thanks. Yeah, we'll hold on to this for now. Speaking of holding on to those. Oops. So, rocket launcher. The remote detonate, or, of course, the objectively correct choice. It's part of the meta negative I've been building up, Spartan. So now that we have that, let's see. Let's do that one. love the Roombas. You have blood and gore everywhere. Why do you even have Roombas?
The beast draws near to me, my brothers and sisters, but he is weak. Your hate must match his will. Only then will you be truly saved.
Yep. Go fight the unstoppable death doom of destruction. Only then will you be saved. That's a good point. You only want blood where you want it, right? Like, I understand that. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the shield guys. In my experience, we're not really there yet, but there's going to be a part later on where the encounter design gets kind of irritating. Because you see people like the shield guys who are in a group of things which are like either weak to or actually strong against, or sorry, weak to or can actually use plasma shots against you. Or something like that. I forget the exact combo. But either way, you're de-incentivized to use plasma shots alongside guys who you pretty much have to hit with plasma shots. Stuff like that. Where would you want blood? That's a good question, actually. I don't really want blood in me. I need to get rid of all my blood. Here, take this. Snake. Snake. Yeah, the camera knockabout, it was already a problem, but it was kind of mitigated by just the nature of how Doom 4 was designed. It's not as great here, in my opinion. That jostle thing they do when you get in melee range is just really frustrating. Still not as bad as Doom 3, which is every time you got hit. I don't know how TNT is. Let's find out. Because there was a thing I saw, which was environmental screen shakes. Let's see if that does anything. Let's go get in melee with somebody. I'll have to play with that for a bit. If true, that's a godsend, because it gets really disorienting being in melee in this game.
Your salvation lies in his destruction. The myth of the Slayer's strength is exposed now to us. Can you see it, brothers? He has lost the resolve to continue. Eat his soul. I must survive this. Protect me in my time of need, and you will secure your place in the new world.
Interesting. Yeah, don't worry, you're all dead anyways. But buy me some time. You protect my
The
life.
shotgun is nearby. A relic from your past. The priests have kept it hidden from you in this remote location.
See, why aren't the Roombas in here? Come on. Proper allocation of resources, people. So, Doom Eternal adds an explanation to it, Evo. But what's interesting is that explanation actually happens after the events of Doom 1 and I believe Doom 2. In other words, Doom Guy already managed 2 full Hell invasions successfully before he got augmented. Cue balls. They're called cue balls.
All mortally challenged personnel. The Slayer is inside the facility. Please proceed with aggression.
Yeah. I mean, arguably, Doom Guy from Doom 1 and 2 couldn't have accomplished some of the ludicrous things we do in these games, so it makes a degree of sense. Are you familiar with the infiltrating Mars event in this game, Evo? Snakes, hate the snake. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, I hope you're here to witness it when we get there. I believe it's the next stage, but don't quote me on that. At the very least, I hope you'll see it on the VOD. Oh, I have no idea, Trax. You're asking me? I don't know why they do anything they do. Oh, this is a problem. God, that field was there. I might have died just there. Yes, Evo, that is correct. Same person. They killed our Bun Bun. So we killed them. Forever. How do I, like, lower all of these? Yeah, the demon's like, he's fine. It's fine. It's just the Doom Guy. What, the Doom Guy? Yeah, he's not an issue, though. Are you sure? I've heard he's been killing us left and right. No, it's rumor. Fake news. Fake news. Don't believe the hype. But he has been killing... Nope, no. There's been no killing. There's been no Croatia. I mean, maybe there's been some Croatia. A little bit. Where's the... They call him the Slayer because, he's, friendly. He slays, you know what I mean? Just, whore. He gets out there, gets his guitar. I really want that. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Die trying. Demon Lair, that's different. That's a different thing. All right. Just gonna keep getting the ammo upgrades, even though I want other upgrades first. That's fair, Evo. And that's all of our whatchafigs done for this level. Yay! Easy challenges. What do you got for me? What you got? What you got? You got nothing. Oh my god, the pop. Aw. It seems a little better WoW TNT, but I've still noticed the same problem. Like, it just happened a few seconds ago during that. So, better, but not gone. As they say. What can you do? What is being dumb about this? There we go. Sorry about this. Yeah, no, I need to speed that up. Oh my god, really, Arspruce? I should not find that as funny as I do. But I do. See if we can do this faster. Story of my life. So I noticed in the middle of that during a glory kill, the timer keeps ticking down. And if you notice that, I had that, but the kill hadn't finished yet, so I didn't get that. Now I'm out of ammo. I'll try one more time. What? Huh? Okay. Damn it. Whatever. I don't care that much. Burning my ammo on this nonsense. Always skulls, okay. Aw. Trying to do the behind one. Should write down raspberry jam over here. Okay, I need you to sort of actually grab the thing here. Oh my god. Okay. What? Probably not this time, Ghost Rider. We did last time. Yes, Ect. Why are there just... Oh, they're just manufacturing revenants. Okay, that makes sense. It really is a different game, like I said. Just top to bottom. Which do I prefer? Ask me again at the end of the review, and I'll be able to give a more concrete answer to that. We haven't hit most of the parts that frustrated me in Eternal yet. Which I suppose is a good thing. But it's also a very, very bad thing. What? There we go. That's where I thought it was. So, how is this game? I don't know, Evo. I haven't even finished reviewing it yet.
Neural connection successful. You are now in control of the Revenant drone. You may use it to reclaim your property.
Yep. This is the, hey, remember that other mode we came up with? Yeah, that's great. Imagine just having infinite rockets. And a jetpack. How are these people losing to me? God. Honestly. Oh, how long? Sorry, I actually did answer you. We'll finish this game sometime on Monday or Tuesday, most likely. So, give me my shotty. Honestly, probably a little bit longer than it should be. I remember the vanilla campaign definitely wore out its welcome by the last stage. Give me that. So this is the super shotgun. It, notice they just give us a playground to play around with the super in. Just, here you go. Here's the super. Have fun with it. It also has that little thing. It's a grapple. It yanks you to the target when you hit them with it. There's an upgrade that makes that grapple even better. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're going to see me using the super a lot. I'm just going to give that away. There's a reason this is on, where did I put that? 2, yeah. 1's the old-fashionedy, and that's nice, but no. The super. Why is it telling me to go there? Oh, whatever. Yeah, who decided to give the grapple, or to give the super a grapple? What? Oh, that. Oh God, that disoriented me. Oh, whatever. Okay. That was very strange.
Attention, all cultist base personnel. Please destroy the Slayer. The priest must survive. I repeat, the priest must survive.
Oh, and you can shoot in mid-grapple, because of course you can. Why would they quote Star Trek? There's that. Oh no, the Super Shotgun has range. It's basically Doom 2's Super. I don't know that with total certainty, but it certainly plays like Doom 2's Super. Here, watch the wall. So that's some spread, but even still, it was that spread right there at this range. Yeah, exactly, Blurtable. Missed something. What? What? Why? I just suddenly didn't have any dashes. I guess that doesn't count as a platform up there. I'll have to be cognizant of that. Thank you. Oh. I'll be honest, most of these were always kind of to me, compared to some of the other upgrades. Having said that, that reminds me, I need to, there we go. I've meant to be on the cryo this whole time on my grenade. Let's just do this. Not mess with it. Oh, okay, that makes sense, Octo. What? Where's that one jackass who's been poking at me the entire time? Yeah, you. Oh, apparently you had a friend. Moving on. Sure. Wow, that actually killed us. Well, I guess we're dead.